All right. Welcome to the final Shadowbringers stream. Um, we are finally almost caught up to the current expansion. And we're going to get there today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get there today. I am so excited to finally be done. Ugh. Just being in Endwalker will be a great feeling because we'll be on patch. Well, we won't be on patch, but we'll be on current expansion stuff. What sold? I'm curious. I'm curious if the die sold. It did not. So I got undercut again. Ugh, I don't feel like updating my prices. I don't care. I'll leave my sell slots empty. I don't care. This is how badly I want to finish. I want to finish the story. As I'm just like, I don't care about shit except for the story right now. Pretty sure we Left it at the end of 5.3 last night. I'm like 99.9% sure that was the end of 5.3. So we've got 5.4, 5.5, 5.55, and then we're in Endwalker. So the end is in sight. First order of business here. Oh, I forgot I spent 100k last night. I was like, why do I have such little MGP? 10k? No. 10k? No. I'm gonna open up the solver. I haven't opened up the solver in a hot minute, but I don't know what to pick for this one. Sorry. Oh my god, I almost puked. FF14 Cactbot Solver. Sorry, opening up Chrome takes a million memory and it absolutely kills my capture card. That's why I don't have Chrome open while I stream. 4, 5, 1, 2. Pick this line. Okay. Real quick, if you don't know, there is this, which I have linked before, but I will do so again here. Once again, it's just going to be in the VOD here. So, if you want it, superaardvark.github.io/uru. This, you just put in the numbers on the board, and it'll give you the line that is the most likely to pay out with the highest number. It's incredibly simple, incredibly helpful tool. It'll also, so you put in whatever number is the first number you have, and then it tells you, okay, pick one of these, and then you pick one of these, and then it tells you, okay, pick this, and you pick this, and then it tells you, okay, pick this one, and then you pick this one, and then it tells you this is going to be 1800 MGP, pick this line. It'll be your best bet. So I highly recommend it. I've been using it for literal years. They even allow you to change the payouts in case it changes at some point. It hasn't ever, but they even allow you to change the payouts. Can't recommend it enough. Incredibly valuable, incredibly useful tool. Go use it. It's really great. Okay, take that off screen. I need to move. This somehow got moved off the screen. So use that line. 36 MGP. Again, it's the most statistically likely. So it's not by any means going to guarantee you a lot of MGP. There's a 10k. Good, that replenishes my stock up a bit. I think the ballroom dance I want is 80k, right? For gold dance. I don't have any cards to hand in, do I? No, let's go to Thanalan while we're here before we go back to the source. Actually, I think MSQ is in, yeah, it's in Mordona. Oops, I forgot to... I can only assume we will be going back to the source very soon. Although, I don't know. We did get Grahatia out of the source. Like, we're done with the actual Shadowbringer story. It's time to start setting up for Endwalker. Which they already have some, with Xenos and Asahi. Not totally, but they're definitely starting to set things up. Oh, weekly's reset. That means squadron missions reset, and I can send you guys out again. You guys were perfectly spec'd to do this mission. What happened? Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Cone Brita. Hadn't realized you were wearing the Warrior of Light armor. That's kind of funny. I really hope they update squadrons at some point to give them job stones. I think that would be really cool. I know that jobs are supposed to be rare, and so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for like all your squadron members to get jobs, but it'd be cool. This is a beautiful song. Tapeworm. Wind traders shiver when they see my name. I like it. Oh, this is a different link. Oh no, this is the same link, just a different alt. Here, Link, take a crit ad though. How many more abilities am I gonna get? This is actually a valid question, because I only have 2 ability slots. Oh, I already put them all on my bar. Okay, perfect. And I'm also only gonna get 2. Increases maximum HP of a party member or self by 10% and restores the amount increased. So it's Thrill of Battle plus Convalescence? Okay, that's pretty strong. That... I might want that on an easier to hit button. What's the cooldown? Recast. 60 seconds. That's pretty strong. And grants expedience and desperate measures to all nearby party members. Movement speed and a sacred soil. Cool. That's pretty neat. That on Control 3 makes sense, though, because that's also my Heart of Stone cooldown. I just might move this. Protraction. Not that I have many options for where to put it. Okay. Let's stop fucking around. Let's get on MSQ. Sorry, I'm trying to force myself to stop singing. It's just the music in FF14 is so good. And it gets in your head, man. But, like, singing during streaming and stuff is something that gets on my nerves, like when you're just singing the background music, so I'm like, why do I do it if I hate it? I don't know. I mean, I do it to myself when I play video games, so I guess it makes sense that I do it on stream. Okay. I'm gonna sit up a bit. Oh, I'm gonna do a big stretch. Oh, pop my back. Oh, that felt good. Okay. Alright. Let's do this. Why the Dawn's Respite? I mean, okay. But, like, we have a meeting room, guys.
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light
What do
of
you mean
which
from the shadows?
I
He's
shall
literally
accompany
sitting on the
thee
throne.
on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Welcome back, everyone!
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
I would like it if somebody gave him some shit for fucking up the summoning here. Is she gonna point out that she doesn't know who the fuck Grahasi is?
Hexed, former scion, and hero of the Alameda resistance.
Grahati is just like, oh.
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Did they meet in the... No, they didn't meet in the storyline. In the Crystal Tower
Rahatir, at your
storyline.
service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
We did?
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
That's my bimbo queen. I saw that you're from another world, but I have no fucking idea what any of it meant.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lise, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald, and we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Ah, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
Do you not remember?
I want to find a way to cure the
Yeah.
tempered.
You were there, I think.
Of course.
Right?
You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you used to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best.
I would really love it if
I was
Alizé
hoping
cured the
you
temper.
might join me. Don't worry if not, though.
I would really like to go to the Garlemald meeting. Hopefully I get to go to both. I would really like to do that. I don't know which one I want to do. I mean, I would like to go with Alizé and figure out how to adapt this treatment, but I would also really like to go to the Garlemald meeting. I mean, I'm assuming I don't really get a choice. But I'm going to go with Alizé.
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Could be useful. You know probably the most of Beg Luke. I think that's his name. Beck Lug.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
Just me and the DPS. Don't worry, we don't need a tank.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
Man, he is out of his element in Eorzea.
We shall be on our way, then. Godspeed.
Alright. I want to go to the Stuffy meeting, too. I really hope I am able to go to the Stuffy meeting as well. Oh, another cutscene. That it does. Well, first we should observe Gabu, right? I mean, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, I guess. Fair enough. Okay, what expert are we gonna go to? Place your bets. I'm betting Master Matoya. Aetherochemical Research Facility. Man, I haven't been back there in a long time. That's fair. I didn't know that's what they were doing in Grahatia's, not Grahatia, in Aetherochemical. But, I mean, we could just call Sid. Do we finally get a Scion airship? Is this a thing, finally? Holy shit. Tell me Tataru built an airship. Let me summon Celine before I forget again. Tataru built an airship headcanon. In this, 45 seconds as I run over there where I don't know. I really, really hope Tataru built an airship. Torin Renos. Level 52 Dragoon. I really wish you could view search info from there. I want to see if that's their highest level class. I think it is, judging by their gear. I always love seeing fresh faces at Eorzea. I'm guessing you're going to be... Ah, there you are. Camiro. Oh, I thought I was clicked on the minion. Thought Brigade. Wasajup Thoots. What a name for your estate. Can I go on it? No. So the Scions finally got an airship, huh? Well, this'll help. This'll help quite a bit. Wait, is Graha heterochromic? I haven't been paying attention. Because original Graha from the Crystal Tower storyline was heterochromic. And if he's in that body, right? But, I don't know, maybe not. Show me your eyes. Yeah, he's not. He's not heterochromic anymore. Okay. What if I wanted to come with you guys? What the fuck? Fly over there yourself. Okay, Alice, fine. Rude ass. Ah, man, I haven't been to Oz's Law in a long time. Keep your eye out for hunt marks, I think. I don't know if I have any mark bills for Heaven's Word picked up. Yeah, I have all of them picked up. These guys are on the hunt marks sometimes, no. Okay. Those guys are on hunt marks sometimes, no? What the fuck is that? Is that just a light? I don't think this used to be here. I don't remember that being there. It's interesting. I also don't think this used to be here. I certainly don't recall it. No, I'm fine. Are you telling me, hold on, are you telling me our airship has much smaller normal ships for individual flight inside of it? That's fucking epic. Tataru, what the fuck? When they said it was equipped with mana cutters, I was like, what does that mean? This skirt not matching the top is driving me fucking nuts. I'm getting so close to just spending another 400k. on another pot of jet black just to fix it. No. Where do I go? Where do I go? It's definitely in here somewhere. You, I think, right? No. What am I doing? Find a point of stagnated lightning and defeat the lightning sprites that appear. I can only assume it's above me. Even though that doesn't make sense. Oh, B rank. I haven't seen Omni in a long time. What's up, buddy? No, see, this is the same zone. Maybe it does not make sense. Maybe it's down here, and I just didn't see it. Oh, there it is. Celine's out? Okay. Once upon a time, the fairies were different. They had different skill sets. And Celine was considered better. I mean, they had their uses. They both had their uses, and people preferred either Celine or Eos. I always used Celine, so that's why I summon Celine now instead of Eos, because now they literally are the same skill. They don't do anything different. They're just cosmetic, which I personally don't like, but I do understand why the choice was made to do that. Why are you... Oh, I guess you have to fly over to the Happy Sphere. I forgot that Happy Sphere Control and Happy Sphere are different areas. Aww. It's so cute. Yeah, so one of the things I know about the Endwalker expansion is that we do go to Charlan. Because I've obviously seen people in-game in those locations. Alice, be chill. Hold on. Why would it be Wild Rose? What's wrong with you? Yeah, but they're not well versed in Allegan technology necessarily. And you're the only person that can talk to. I don't understand. I don't understand how that's gonna work, Graha. But okay. Okay. Alright. Yep, I'm fixing the skirt. It's driving me nuts. I can't take it anymore. It's gonna be so expensive. Actually, it might be worth it might be worth doing a server. Whenever I need to visit another server for prices, I always visit Balmung because Balmung population is incredibly high. It's the highest level it's the highest population server. And just good rule of thumb, high population server equals low market board prices. Not always. It's not like a perfect rule, but yeah, it's more expensive here. See? That, like, that. It's not... I'm not gonna check every single world, I just check Balmung. I'll just spend 400k, it's fine. But I'll buy it from someone on my server if I'm gonna spend that much money. I'm not gonna buy it from someone here. Support local businesses, right? Jet Black. Okay. The real question is, do I want to get a second Miko skirt and dye it jet black, or do I want to just dye the suit? I think I want to get a second Miko skirt. Assuming that I can do that. I've never done that before, so I don't know if you can store two of the same piece in the armoire. Or in the glamour dresser, not the armoire. But, if you don't know, there is a vendor in every city that will sell you, in every main city, that will sell you the starter gear for all the races. This is the one in Ul'dah. Miko cloth is what I'm looking for. For incredibly cheap, too. It's not very hard. So if you ever, like, Fantasia and you don't know where to get, and don't know where to get your new race's relic gear from, or not relic gear, your new race's base gear from, that's where. Now let's just go see Momodi. Not Momodi, the person next to Momodi. Otopa Potopa. Okay. That's Dunes Folk Qualifel? I don't... The same item is already stored in your glamour dresser. Okay, so you can't do that. You can't store two. Okay. That's the suit black. This is the general purpose jet black. Okay. Edit glamour plates. I don't know why this always goes over here now. I'm literally gonna change all of these. I'm sorry. I know. Oh, it looks so much better. Oh, that was so worth it. Holy shit. Oh, that was so worth it. It looks so much better. Also, I need to change these. Yeah. 3. Oh, it's so worth it. Oh, it's so worth it. It looks so much better. Ah. So nice. Oh, I also need to fix this. Make sure boots are right. Boots are not right here. Also, these need to be fixed. Actually, while we're... I don't know why this shit keeps popping up over here. Stop doing that. No, just save this. Then close this. While we're doing this. Want to change these to cobalt brown. And see how that looks. Okay. It actually looks kind of garbage. Not gonna lie. No, it's fine. Looks good enough. No, this one looks terrible. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, this does not look right at all. Yeah, I'm changing it back. Yeah, I'm changing it back. Immediately changed my mind. That looks fucking terrible. Okay. Although for this, I'm gonna have to get Arachne hand wraps. Okay, this one's done. This one's done. This one's where I stopped. Okay. Oops, don't open armor. Just click on the piece. There we go. Oh, it looks so much better. Every time I change it, I just see how much better it looks. Oh, also, these need to be changed in this one. 6. Yeah, 6 already has brown boots. Cool. Nope. I am curious how... Whoops. I'm curious how these would look in jet black. Versus... No, I don't think... I'm not gonna waste 400k to do that. That is such a small difference. Okay, that's all my glamour plates fixed. Cool. Now... Oh, it looks so much better. Oh, I may have had to spend 800k on dye, but it looks really nice. Cool. Okay. Now that I'm broke as fuck, let's go continue MSQ. Grahatia Rising Stones. My retainers done? No. Cool. Nope. I wonder what the 5.4 duty is going to be, assuming there is going to be one. Did not mean to fat finger that when I was doing run. My auto run is Control R, and my deployment tactics is Control E, so I accidentally fat finger it sometimes. Oh, I missed the meeting. Sad. I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Oh yeah. Move that up. Oops, sorry. Don't touch the mic. When will I learn? Okay. What is that? Oh. It's that. Okay. More cutscenes. Oh no, questing. I have about 2,000 ice shards if you want them. Just, you know, on me. Hey, I get to go see, Hey, I get to go back to Ishgard. It's epic. Sorry. I don't know why I always try to mount inside cities. I'm only like level 50 machinist, right? 54, yeah. Oh, and I'm on 52 at quest for it. Okay. Hello. The airship landing? Okay. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. I slept pretty damn well last night. Well, not really, actually. problem. It's as good as gold to me. Aimerick's gonna just roll up, I bet. Yep. Called it. Hey, buddy.
My
Hey,
friend.
husband. What's going on?
After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day? A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it. In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
May have taken 300 hours to get here, but this is one of the best games of all time now. Oh boy. Wow, that was not unexpected, but that's pretty cool. I get the feeling that's going to be happening a lot. Like, oh shit, you guys are trying to cure tempering? I will give you as much help as I can figure out how to give you. Because tempering's a huge problem. Alice's asleep. Oh, no, she's not. She's just bored.
Who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much? Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it. Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
New character? Oh, no, it's Nero.
It's been a while, hero.
Right, I forgot you
You
existed.
seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering.
Okay.
But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
Ask Jessie. She was the one who hired you. All I know is you're an employee of the Ironworks now, so you'll bloody well earn your keep.
I like that. No, Nero, you work for me, bitch.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel, not only across dimensions, but through time.
Nero's like, I want to do that.
Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Are you sure?
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Got him.
Whatever you say.
Fucking got him.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin. All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
I like this running a computer simulation to figure out a spell. This is a very interesting story beat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Damn it. It's overloading.
Chief! She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very close.
Oh.
Well, guys, don't...
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Oh, shut up, Nero.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There.
I mean, you tried.
I was able to memorize the magic before
Oh,
it faded.
come on!
It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Oh, come on. Really? You memorized it in 30 seconds? Not even? 10 seconds? I guess he is, like, 1,000 years old. More than 1,000 years old.
Just as well. She'll never run again.
Built a supercomputer for one spell.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at.
I like that everyone's like, oh shit, Sid figured out how to cross dimensions?
My friend,
What?
is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
True. Very true.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
Glad Sid got a moment this expansion, because he hasn't really done anything, because he's been in the first the whole time. Or the source, not the first. Said one meant the other. Oh, cool. That was a neat little story subplot. Am I the only one on? I'll assume he's also on. Time for our first test subject. I'm so ready. I miss Gabu so much. I love that little shit. She is on minor. Maybe I should have gone and bought a mining power for her, but I don't really want to. I don't know what this song's supposed to be. Where was I going? Right, aft castle. Whee!
Apologies for the wait. Gabu, have you been good? Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino, Y'shtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment? Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with a tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin. Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn. Tis done.
No small amount indeed. Oh.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Eorzea. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news. For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Eorzea refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion. She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing. Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is. Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Oh, I'm so glad to see
Let's
you.
go!
Delighted, happy, glad.
Gaboo!
Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
have to go now, Gabu. But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Eorzea. Thank you.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We saved Gabu, man. Never in a million years would I have thought that storyline from... When did that happen? Is that end of ARR that happens? It's really long ago. Never would I have thought that they were actually going to bring that back. Especially with us, like, continuing to visit. As she is like to point out, God, I love Y'shtola and her master. It's just like, you have not visited me since you've been home. What happened? This is where I can buy fish, right? Yeah. Pipira. Yeah. It is 10:46 a.m. The boat has left. Kind of want to run something. She's at work. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Trying to decide if there's anything I need to do. Oh, I need to stop by Retainer Bell. Before we leave. Good call. I remembered there was something that I needed to go take care of. Also, get rid of this Makoto loincloth. Iterate plus Boulder Run. Okay. You're not a vendor. Okay. This gunblade's really nice. What is this? I think that's the Va3 EX gunblade. I think. I don't know. It might also be Warrior of Light. It could be a lot of things. Okay. Oh, there she is. Speak with your stolen living quarter. I'll make a crafter out of her yet. Why did I just walk in here? Where the hell? Okay, strike a level 80 quest here? Hold on. painfully Ishgardian man. The painfully Ishgarding man searched to be searching for a decorous way to address you. Okay, I'm gonna remember that's here. Oh, I guess I could have stopped by the summoning bell here. That's Gooball. That's Alexander? Is that quest here? I thought that quest was here. Yeah, that's here. Okay. What's this? Oh, Somal Hard. I don't know why I didn't just warp out of the city, but back in the day, back in my day, when Heavensward had first come out, there was an adventurer. You couldn't warp out of the city. There was an adventurer who stood here at this pillar who would teleport you outside. Teaching my girlfriend how to make money in FF14. Because I'm like, yeah, I'm at 3 million gil, and she's like, how? 10,000 hours. That's how. After a while, you learn. You learn or you go broke and start buying gil for real money, which I never did because I was broke. I could barely afford subs, so... I'm really excited to see where this plotline goes. I imagine we're gonna be enlisted to help Master Matoya with chores.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knight Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
Master Matoya, sir, Alphinaud.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
You fucked up, boy.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
This is what I wanted to see.
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I am proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my
Don't tell her that. Don't tell her that, dude. Don't tell her that.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits.
Who is
Do you have a
Galaf?
bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
Oh, that's uncharacteristically
You are
understanding.
too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day. So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxies with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were.
Are we gonna create a beast tribe of porxies? Can I have one? Please? Do I get one? Oh, I really hope.
Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Uh-oh. Do we have to run Gooball Library? Or Gooball Library hard? Okay. Speak with Puro Rogo. Hold on. I think it's here. Is it higher? Hold on. Why am I doing it the hard way? I wonder how she's doing on... Oh, level 40. She was like 33 not too long ago. Red Mage starts at 50, right? Or does Red Mage start at 30? No, it starts at 50. She just picked up Red Mage. She doesn't play it. Okay. Puro Rogo, the Unwashed. Dungeon? Pog? Yeah, dungeon. 5.4 dungeon. Alright, I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom before I actually run this. Okay, let's do this dungeon. Oh, let me pour myself a drink of water. Okay. Move that up so I don't hit it when I breathe out. Stretch out a little bit. Open Duty Finder. Average item level 470. In the Forgotten Ruins since the Charlane... Oh. The Maker's Quarters was once home to some of the finest crafters Eorzea had ever seen, but it has since laid in forgotten ruins since the Charlane Exodus. It is there, hidden amongst overgrown foliage, that the entrance to the former workshop of the Archon Matoya can be found. Seeking to create a familiar that creates familiars, you throw open the doors and step into the moldy old hole, the first soul to do so for decades. Join. Pog, 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 pog. I was kind of wondering if this was going to lead to a dungeon. Especially when the... making the supercomputer didn't. Hello. Hello, B. Hi. Hi. What's up, nerd? Is that... No, it's just a decoration. I don't think there's anything I need to do with this card. I would like to run roulettes today, that's why I'm saying we might just finish Shadowbringers today and do Endwalker tomorrow. And then just use the rest of the time this tonight to run roulettes, try to get Gunbreaker to 80. I think I am going to do that. Because Scholar is very close to 81. Very close. And if if Endwalker is anything like the beginning of Shadowbringers was, there's going to be a lot of level 80 quests to do. So I want 2 classes to hand them in on. I think I'm fine at 2. I don't need to get Ninja to 80. But I do want. So I might run the 79 dungeon on Gunbreaker a few times, just to get to 80 if the roulettes don't quite get me there. Hopefully I get to 79 though, because I'm most of the way to 77, so. /P, hi all first time. Aww, cute little froggos.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients.
Oh my god, an actual cutscene.
Listen well to what the Porogos say, or you'll wish you had.
They're spamming emotes while they wait for me to watch the cutscene. Alright, what we got here? Ray Chalair. Please don't run. Okay. The clay can be had at the Clay of Markandra through this portal if you would. Okay. So this is going to be just like the other one, which makes sense. Is that Gooball Library or Gooball Library Hard that's like that? I walked right back into that AoE. That's my bad. How long does X-Fog have? I didn't focus target the tank. 4. Cool. I'm just gonna pop this. That crit was all skill, baby. All skill, no luck. That might have been a waste of XCOG, but whatever. I should have put a dot on this thing. I didn't think to. There will be mud balls that fall on the floor and will roll towards you. You just need to position one of the holes on the edges. Later in the fight, some will get blocked. Okay. What happened to the Black Mage? Where is your Black Mage? There you are. You're a Lullifell. That's why I didn't see it. Take an X-Cog while we're here. Take another Sacred Soil. Take the Fairy. Why don't we? Some of the holes have become blocked. Okay. Alright, you don't need the fairy anymore. Oops. Oh, shit. don't like this. It's charging something. Seraphic Veil in 3, 2, 1, pop. Seraphic Veil. Actually, just take a less raid. I'm not going to bother wasting my Sacred Soil. I just want to set up Excog. Or not Excog, set up for the next pull. Oh, please don't hit me. Okay, good. Easy. Didn't even pop Excog. Psh, what a boss. Our DPS just had a pet emergency, so they had to drop, but as always, we found somebody pretty quickly because that's how this works. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. Pet emergencies come before video games. I hope you all understand this. I gotta get in the habit of using chain stratagem more. Just take a luster because I want to overflow before this pull. It might be wasteful, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Oops. I didn't mean to pull them, my bad. I don't need it. Actually, do I need it? No. It takes a fairy charge. I forgot what my button was. Gonna have Fairy. Fairy should be able to keep up with this. Yeah. Alright, we're good on Fairy. I love Scholar. I am a god. I love Scholar. I am a god. Na 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 na. Easy. Let's go. Okay. Don't stand him. Okay, good. Good, I'm positioned correctly. Right. I guess it could be. Rolling for crits. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I need to keep my eye out for that rushing water. I think that means the rushing water is coming, yeah. This Reaper is gonna get hit. Oh shit. I didn't realize that would happen. I think I'm just gonna... Oh. Oh, it's this fucking shit. I hate this fucking shit. You know what? I'm in Dom. I've had enough of this shit. In Dom. Yeah, I have seen that boss before. I don't know where, but I'm pretty sure in another one of the dungeons you run for Matoya has literally that same boss. Because I know it has this portal setup thing. I remember this too. Okay, we stay here. I was like, you can hold bigger if you want to. I will hold. But Yeah, go ahead and pull bigger. Don't worry. Trust me, I can handle it. Even with... Actually, that may have been the wrong choice. God, Seraphic Veil is so strong. I love this cooldown. I love Summon Seraph. It's so good. Take an Excog and a Sacred Soil just cause. just cause I can. Literally cause I can. So I can be casting. Oh, okay. That's fine. We don't need it. Fairy Tether's so strong too. Oh. Well, he kind of hurts, actually. Actually, he kind of he kind of do some deeps, just a little bit. All right. Is this the boss? Or do we warp? Oh. Oh. I see. Alright, I'm gonna wait for the explanation before I do anything this time. Alright, it's time to bake ourselves a porksy. Fucking dorks.
Right then. Let's get this over with. Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Oh my god, the boss is the mother porksy. This one will blow us all over the place. Pretty much just follow us. Okay, can do. Oops. Well, there goes that cooldown for no reason, but I should have expected that. I don't know why I didn't. Woo! remember this dungeon. Did I maybe do post patches? I don't think I did this many Shadowbringers post patches. And I definitely didn't remember any dungeon up to this point, especially Heroes Gauntlet. I don't know how I could remember this dungeon. Oh, that was just a single. Oh. Whee! Yeah, I remember this. How the fuck do I remember this? No, don't waste it. We're not gonna take any damage at all. Did I just lustrate on accident? I think I just lustrated on accident. I don't know how I remembered this dungeon, but I remember, like, almost everything from this dungeon. Got 2 player comms. Not bad, not bad. Alright.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more. That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porkses. Assuming, that is, someone can spare the requisite energy. A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say. Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the Mother Porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone. We're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the Porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Alright, I'll be right back. of stretching. Just limber up a bit. Who's crafting? Who's cooking? Oh, alchemy. Tataru Taru. Oh, Taruru Taru. Aye. Baby Shark, Little Fat Boy, Eggy Tart, Mana Soul Weaver, Catnip Dealer, 10 Toes. Sethi? Interesting. What is this armor? This is sexy. What? Radiant Scale of Maiming. Neat. Three minutes and 4 minutes. Alright, let's go watch your cutscene. That's good armor. What's that from? Augmented Radiance Mail. Put shield up. Of maiming? Of aiming. I see. Vesper Rosenthal. I like that glamour. What is that top piece? Late Allegan Coat of Healing. That's really nice. That's quite nice. I love my book. I love, the only thing I wish the screen's lit up when it was opened. But I love the triple monitor book. Hey guys. Easy. Oh man, I haven't talked to the pirate powers since I first set foot in Limsa Lominsa. Let's go see what's her face first. Oops, well. Here. Take this crit ad load AFK person. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention at all. What did you say? Okay, they have money, which we know is a connection to Brutus. That makes sense. I was wondering how they were going to be connected to the Ascian. Specifically, Sicard has money. Or found some way of making coin. I don't think I could warp over there. Li Ping. So glad I re-dyed this skirt. It looks so much better. Yeah. The suspicious money is going to become a calling card of this Ascian. This hitherto unknown Ascian. Which, he's not unsundered, so who cares? He's probably the top of the sundered, would be my guess. You throw it, give it last thing? Yeah. Which means he's now in charge, considering all three of the unsundered are dead. Gaius and Leviathan enthusiast. HQ food? Question mark? .66 crit is nothing to scoff at. Sausage and sauerkraut. Nah, just give me the money. Did not mean to press emergency tactics, but whatever. Hmm. 1.2 million EXP to 81.
who's come crawling? Traitor!
You can shove your peace!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the Beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place?
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance, then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Laminsons here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Mr. Captain!
Captain Ilfir!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Lemsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You have the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
we'll be right back. Alright, sorry. I got up to use the bathroom and was like, you know what? It's been a while since I took an extended break. Let me go downstairs, get some food, because I haven't eaten yet today, and it's 12:30-ish. And then, yeah, so I ate some food and came back upstairs. Let's move this up. Okay. Continue MSQ. I also was freezing, so I put on a jacket and got a blanket for my shoulders, and I'm much better now. It is cold today. It is cold. Let's see what the weather out there is like. Place where I live, weather 42 degrees, so, you know, pretty bad. Yep, I figured this would be an instance. Okay. The Fell Court of Trioja. Okay, that's like super spoilers for me to look at what she's doing right now, because she's doing end of MSQ stuff. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufistvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye. just as we thought.
Now, Alize! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time we can.
Don't worry, guys. I doubt anyone will be able to get her down. Oh, they're not active yet.
We must protect Alize.
You're in my sights.
Wouldn't it be cool if Machinist gets a skill like that at like 100? God, this is such a fucking banger.
Oh, just what we need.
Oh. Wait, what? What?
You're not alone.
Oh my god! My boy's a scholar! Wait, when did that happen? Right? This is a scholar ability, right? Yeah. The legendary cover.
You're in my sights.
They're almost dead. Don't bother.
Here you are, Alize.
Whoops.
More! I need more ether!
Oh, fuck, what?
Just a little more!
Oh, shit! Whew. It will fall to me to finish the job. What? No, not you! You have ethereal depletion. How long am I down for? 13 seconds? Fuck. Okay, kinda hurts. I'm out of range. No, I don't need this. Can you crack my shields? Oh my god, look at that shield. Oh, because my HP is reduced. Where are you?
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Go, Angela.
Did it work?
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Such a thing!
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the Divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None, and I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole. I fought. I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet in thrall to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
'Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
What in the world is that? A tower?
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert.
Those don't look Garlean.
Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
No, this construction is tellingly for... It looks most like Void Scent construction, actually. What is that? What is that city that fell to, do I even have it? Wanderer's Praetorium. Yeah, Nim. It was... No. This is not right. That's not the right place. Oh, Amdapor. Amdapor is what I was thinking of. Yeah. It looks Amdaporian, mostly. In my humble opinion, but we'll see. Whatever this is, I have a good idea of what is going to happen. Based on some things I remember from the trailer to Endwalker that I watched before. Oh, that's Ruby Doomsday, yeah. That's Ruby Weapon. Hi, Leaf!
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roka Preserve!
It
Okay.
can't be.
Don't tell me he recognizes Asahi. I don't know who this dragon
The
is.
palace! After them!
Well, I think we are in 5.5, if I had to guess. I think that bit with the kobolds was the end of 5.4. Or possibly this is the end of 5.4.
You're here, good.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why, even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it. Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance. My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days, to which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering! I'm different, you see, from the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me.
you will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage. But I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled, for if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Glory be. Glory be.
Glory be to Garlemald!
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
Alright, I believe that is 5.4. right back very fast. We will speak with Eorzea. Okay. Cutscene.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Eorzea. Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroi's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Daniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Daniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside. So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolver and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
Speaking of, can we loop back to the Kojin real quick and get the breath spell for everybody else? Real fast, guys. Like, it takes like 2 minutes. Trust me. Especially Eorzea.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as lucky. It suits you, Alphino.
Fuck yeah! Oh, great! Oh, this is gonna go great.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Please play along. I would love it if she plays along. Oh.
Not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Eorzea shouting. Estinian! It's been too long. No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald. Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again, and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
Crit Vit spell speed food? Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Nah. Tempting, though. Tempting. Whoa. Just knocked my switch over, lol. Yes, let us go to Tiamat.
Edgin Elfin Wafes Kles Non In.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Afan sin gale. Nolosk kin esh an. Olan kin waha. Listran mira an. Esk I an esh I kin in. Esk dir le I an esh in.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Es Tahidra Mera Ash an Shish Ash an I die by na. Ten esh an esh in. Esh I an kin antun u esh I ines tu in aistona.
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
Snosk an ta in Dramon.
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Santalan infan antosk. Koush lent on. Ale u es an in. Ale kum ak in.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Es snoska dramon kin. Nestra in. Illes I. Nesh an. And ala. Unmik Nalstra ul an Antal an Smon Tahi an.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Usk Shis Il.
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Sahaan, Seth Sol, Kin Bahamut, An Sumon, Na An Ingles, Snaloles Dish An, Na Ala An Ul An Sin An, Stan In.
No. I'm almost there. This is it, Angelo!
Es ließ an, mich es teil.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Tosk in Santal Ankin in way.
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
Ankin. Slosk an all volker an. Slosk seth som in an. Afaten. Mon ud. One Lis an. Do ud an.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
She's in an enemy.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Bahamut an Uljas. Ul asa. Fesk an.
By the gods!
Eorzea, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, back to it. Dungeon or instance? Place your bets. Since I'm here. Oh, true, dailies reset. Yeah, let's do dailies. Alright. Shit's gonna be expensive. Zelkova longbow. Nice and cheap. Molybdenum hatchet. Okay. Nice and cheap. Molybdenum fry pan. Nice and cheap. Molybdenum earring of healing. Nice and cheap. The gods have been merciful today, so far. Gazelle skin ruby. I jinxed it. Ow. That's 100k down the drain. Surge Gambison of ink. That's another 80k down the drain. Alright, under a million gil. I'm officially poor. Cunning craftsman's CP plus 4 max 10. Oh, it's a potion, though. It's not a... Interesting. 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 Oh, no, 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 it is food. So it's really bad. Step salad. This was relatively cheap by IRC, yeah. Palladium sand. Yeah, I don't feel like going out and gathering it. Chickweed. And lake louse. Nope. I will ocean fish. I don't need that. I don't need fish XP that badly. Where the hell's the doorway? There we go. That's pretty nice too. Okay. Getting there. Slowly but surely getting there. I am almost all 70s. Mastering the land 3. Oh, because I got all 70 gathers. Yeah. What do I get for that? What title do I get for that? Do I not get a title for this? Question mark? Near completion. Successfully complete 5 series of the Wondrous Tales, so I'll get that once I finish this. Once I finish roulettes today, in all likelihood. Okay. Anything else to do in Ul'dah? I don't care. I'm gonna keep the Palladium Sand and the Chickweed for now, actually. Piety Materia. Did not realize I got a Mother Porksy card. Okay. Kajuru Jabu. Airship landing, that's where I want to go. Let's go to Pagalthon. Or whatever. I think it's Pagalthon. Pagalthon, yes. Oh, it is a dungeon. I was wondering if this was going to be a dungeon. It kind of sounded dungeony. Okay, that's Dungerino number 5 arena. 5.5 dungeon unlocked. Pagalthon. Join. Sorry, Deb wanted me to watch the dog, and I didn't want the cue to pop while I was getting up. Come on, Romeo. Good boy. Because we already had 2 DPS. Just needed a tank.
What took you so long? The Amalja are in trouble. Let's split up. Oh, no, you don't.
Antal an in Eistor. Antal afa. Snalosk el. Ash an. Dran mira.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Be right back, then we'll continue MSQ. Okay. Let's get it. Let's get it started now. Sorry, I just got a giveaway scam.
For Dola. Have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
Shut up. You of all people are not one to talk.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak. Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
sounds like this is going to be the end of 5.5-ish. It sounds like we're gearing up for end of patch, the way people are talking. Quick little patch, which is not bad. Not bad at all. Of course, we still have probably 30 minutes of cutscenes to watch, but at least. And then I would say post-patch for... is the Exarch here? Yes. Post-patch for... Shadowbringers 2 Endwalker 5.55 should take about an hour, hour and a half. It'll depend, maybe 2 hours. So yeah, I think we'll gear up for Endwalker tomorrow. We'll finish Shadowbringers tonight. We'll hit credits. We'll get all ready to go up to the MSQ for Endwalker, and then we'll try to get Gunbreaker 80 for the rest of tonight with roulettes and stuff. And then I'll do my normal start the stream with the trailer tomorrow. And yeah, then we'll be an Endwalker. Ugh. I am finally... I'm not caught up, but I'm finally caught up. If that makes sense. Oh, I'm 81! I'm 81! Fuck. Now I really wish I had Gunbreaker 80 to hand in the rest of this MSQ. It's not going to be a big deal. Like I said, I expect current expansion, I expect leveling process to go a lot slower, and to actually have to do side quests. Because what they do in FF14 is once an expansion becomes obsoleted, they increase the amount of EXP it gives to speed up the leveling process to get through it, to get to the on-level stuff. Anyway.
I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
"'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery."
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
It was... No. It was neither of those. It was in the rift going to the first. Because that was an illusion conjured by Elidibus. This is just not true. We heard her voice in... I'm going to say ... because neither of those are right.
Is the question truly so vexing? Perhaps you fear I will chastise you
Yeah,
for giving the wrong answer.
this was the point. It's a long time ago.
Or was it so long ago that you simply can't remember?
But it was neither of
History
those.
shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
That's not technically true.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
Okay, what are you getting at?
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Eorzea's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether.
You have the echo, I guess I'm
Then
the Warrior
again,
of Light.
who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'Stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We, Sahagin, will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Alright, I will be right back. Alphinaud is so cute losing his shit. He's like, wait, but... Hold on. Okay. Stocked Alpha now. I like how they're just like, you're coming too, Bree. like, like how they're just like, you're coming too. I want to meet Alphina's dad. Let's go. Let's go. I should have worked. Whatever. I'll just run. Okay, Bard 70. I am caught up. What is the Bard 70 skill? Oh, refulging arrow. Yeah. Right. Rin Oswell. Okay, let's meet his dad. I'm expecting this to be a pawn speaking, several cutscenes will play in sequence type shit. Nope.
Elder Eorzea, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Levea, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days. Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Charlian will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Charlian. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Charlian. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear. I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Charlian and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
Father!
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Charlian may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Charlian's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alizé!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Guessing this will be an instance. Could be a dungeon, but I think it's going to be an instance.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them. I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Yup, I was expecting this to be an instance. Okay, I'll be right back. Just want to use the bathroom real quick in case this one's long, because it is setting up for an expansion. Ah, baby. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it, do it, do it, do it, let's do it. Upon joining the battle for Cartno, several cutscenes will play in sequence. This is what I was expecting. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated... Holy shit. Alright, let's see how long this takes. Echo... Start. Okay. I'm gonna echo start, echo end when it finishes and see how long it takes.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Alright, this is it. I'm pretty sure this is the final instance of the expansion. This is really final battle-y. Which I have a feeling our old pal Zenobius is going to show up. Okay, my fairy's already out. Oh, it's literally card now.
Prepare yourself!
Let's give it our all!
Which way are we going? I have a feeling I understand what's going to happen. What's about to happen. All the threads are about to come together, I think. Graha, where did you get that from? Have you always had that?
Allow me.
Who are you? Oh, was that Graha? I like how they put on their uniforms, lol.
Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Yeah, he literally changed classes. That's fucking sick. Do, 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 do. Hello? Do I just cast Cure? Or do I channel into... Yeah, channel into Portsea. Okay, that makes sense. Oops, sorry.
shall protect thee.
My turn.
Make a 12 guide you. Away with you!
The best defense is a good defense!
Oh my god. Y'shtola. The black mage stood in mechanics. The black mage stood in the mechanic. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, dude. Very easy resume from midway. Holy shit. Alright, I've seen this cutscene.
I shall protect thee.
away with you!
The best defense is a good defense!
Nice. Easy peasy. Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay, what do I have? Spell combo. Get MP back. Dot. Cure 2. Medica 2. Break. Okay. Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. I really wish Alice was in the party list so that I could target her easily. Oh, okay, let's do it. Medica 2. Oh, son of a bitch. Do we have to do butterflies? Fuck. Bro. Bro, can you... Oh, cast break. I see. I see. I mean, I guess I'll... Whoops. Alice, please don't die to this. Damn. I was hoping to prevent that from happening. Which direction? I didn't see. Oh, I literally got it correct. Not Souls of War again. Fuck. No. Mechanics. Now we're doing Oh no, we're doing this phase next. That was stressful on very easy. And now Lunar Ifrit. Whew. Alright, guys. Don't worry. There's no way I die to this. Not quite sure where the safe zone was on that one. Okay. Yeah, nails. Gotta love nails face.
You're finished!
We must fight on!
Can you not take damage, please? Easy. Very easy, in fact. So let's see, it's been 30 minutes so far.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Glory be to Garlemald.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker. But I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right? It really must count for something.
Here we are. Is that gonna be credits? Oh my god, that's credits. That's credits, baby. Sorry, I know you can't see what I'm typing. Oh man. That okay. Thoughts on finishing Shadowbringers? Uh, I don't know how Endwalker tops this. Everyone tells me it does. I don't know how. I gotta be honest. Shadowbringers was probably one of my new favorite games of all time. I mean, not that I would have not said FF14 on its own was one of my favorite games of all time, but Shadowbringers was really just high quality, top notch stuff from start to finish. And even the post patches were really enjoyable to the point where I didn't really mind the slog because I was so interested in everything that was happening. And it was good the whole way through. There wasn't really anything I found terrible. I like Fordola a lot more now than I did in Stormblood. I think she's better. I would have liked more backstory of her redemption arc, but we were in another in a parallel world at the time. I'm gonna go get some water and let the credits play and use the bathroom. Maybe do a little stretching, maybe let the dog out, because I don't know if you know this, but FF14 has the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest credits. I believe I know for a fact it's over half an hour. I believe it's over an hour now. So I probably will skip the rest of it when I get back, but for now I'm going to let the music play. Be right back. I immediately had to cough. Okay, let's see the post-credits scene. Oh. I believe that is the end of Shadowbringers. Oh.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
Yep, there it is. Once you see the experience jump from garbage back to normal, this is the next expansion. We are Endwalking. Is she even on? She is on, but she's doing something. What is she doing? Loda. Oh, oops. No! My sprout just fell off! No! I wanted to keep my sprout for as long as possible. Alright, I am free from MSQ for the day. It is 6 p.m. I'm only going to be around for 3 more hours at the most. So I am going to make the most of it and do roulettes. Probably going to wait for her to be done with Loda and then have her do the rest of hers with me. So what can we do in the meantime? In the meantime, we can prepare for the expansion. This is true. Although if we're going to run roulettes, we should... Yeah, let's just prepare for the expansion before bed. Oh, algae salt. I don't need this shit. This is for hand-ins. Disguised itself with my food stack. Okay, well, first step, I can sell this garbage. Get rid of this. It's gonna have to be on this retainer because I don't have any space on my other retainer. Drop this shit here. Oh. I think she just crashed. Rip. At least I don't think she would finish the duty and then just dip. But who knows? So preparations for Endwalker. Let's see. Well, we need to use one of these bad boys because I got another squadron member. Endwalker tomorrow. Endwalker tomorrow. I think I don't really have any more pressing concerns. What if I did some levs? I would need to go unlock Kugane levs for this, yeah. True. I don't know, it's good. The thing is, once I get to like 84, it's gonna be pointless because I'll be out-leveled. I'll have out-leveled my crafters. All my EXP matters, and I will recharge my levs while I'm playing Endwalker, because I won't be using them. True. I don't have the money to just buy hand-ins. I would have to actually make things. True. True, true, true. Well, standing around here won't do anything about it. Kugane. I could probably just Ishgardian muffins to 60. Or Ishgardian muffins to 70. Because I have a million Ishgardian muffins still. Oh, I only have 48. That's actually not that many. But still, multiple Lev Handens worth. Although it is a level like 51 Lev or something, so it's not going to be like... What? What? Oh. I didn't realize I needed to be Disciple of the Lander Hand. What am I doing it on? Weaver. Cool. Weaver stuff. Fieldcraft. No, tradecraft. Twin silk coat of casting. Surge milk cap. Surge milk cap. Surge knit cap. Surge knit cap. Twin silk worsted yarn. Okay. Twin silk coat. Casting. Okay. I think it's gonna be hat. Twin silk. Silk. What am I looking for? Turban of aiming. Yeah, I think it's gonna be the cap. Alright, twin, sorry, Surge Nick. Cap. Search. I believe this is crafted with worsted yarn. No, this is crafted with... Okay. I believe I have some effervescent water. Yeah, not a lot, but I have some. Should suffice to craft. I'll just use up what I have. Sorry, where was that? Charchesnay. Shara... third tab, I think it said? No, second tab. That's not it. That's not it. I only had 3, it said. Oh, no, total 11 items found. Cool. Are these twin coons? They are. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. What about worsted yarn? Okay, don't have. Block 5 is back here. I will need more natron. What is the crafting method for natron? More effervescent water. And rock salt. Okay. You saw rock salt? Hey, thanks, buddy. Give me like 7. Yeah. Okay, so this makes in 3s, right? Yes. So I need twin Manza Siri hair and Halgai mane. Okay. I will buy extras. Manza Siri. Oh, that's good. That's fine. Twin Coon. Oops. Twin Coon. Twin Coon. I'll take it. It might be steep, but I'll take it. Okay. Okay. I should have all the necessary materials. So I should need 2 of these. I think I might have just failed. Oh no, okay, we're good. Okay, we're gonna go run roulettes.
shall have to share these findings. Initiate soul extraction. Ha! Success. The soul rebels! My word, this data!
this moment last forever. Rend! This is the end. Show me your role. Yes! Yes! Just so. Have you the strength? The power to transcend.
Alright, she's figuring out what's up with her internet, so I'm gonna finish these turbines. Or caps. I'm not making the turbines. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, this is not fine though. Okay, that's okay. Boop. Boop. Chug? Chug? Okay. Now I load. Not quite, huh? Must needs revising. Okay. The macro needs revising. Actually, this may work. This may just work. I would take this out. And add which is another plus 18 CP minus 14 CP, so plus 4 CP, because we're going to do yeah, that'll work. Okay. Now let's give it a trial run, shall we? That was certainly close. That's for certain. Yeah. Alright, I will be right back after I start this craft. Romeo out because of I was watching him and my dad came home, but he asked me to keep watching him, so still got Romeo. Excuse me. There's one change I want to make to this macro. Actually, several changes I want to make. That is the skill name, right? This is a terrible macro. Telling me this thing fucking works? What the fuck? this before I forget. More importantly, 6, 24, 24 plus 48, 32, 72, then 88 is 106, 170, no, 160, I was correct. And then another 48 is 208, and then another 18 is 26, and then another 32 is 58, and then another 24 is 60 to 82, and then 18 after that would be 300 even, and then it's like 7, yeah, so 7, 14, 21. Okay. Okay. I still have room for one more command. I am going to do something sort of silly and add in final appraisal, just so that I can use this macro on literally anything and not have to worry about Master's Mend. 322 CP. Right, because we go 30, 20, 10, mend to 40, 30, 20, 10, 0. So it can finish 40s, get this, and yeah. Okay. I'm happy with that macro. Much better than it used to be. I'm tempted to just try the new 40 durability. True, I did not have Waste Not 2 back then. I think I may have a breakthrough in terms of ideas. Okay. Hold on. So if I go like this, and I take for now, let's just take careful sense out. Right. And I go AC waste not. Oops. Waste not 2. Wait, okay. Which adds 98 CP to the recipe. So it is now a... Okay, -7 is 1, 5, and then plus 98 is 23 plus 90 is 413 CP. Okay, next we're going to just straight up move one of these careful syntheses. Right. I have to delete the empty line. Move it right here. So what this will do is, this careful synthesis will gain the buff up from Master's Mend and also still be under the final appraisal, so it won't be able to finish. So let's make sure and do the math here. Why is it Master's Mend? That's not the correct skill name. Muscle memory. Glad I caught that. Okay. So, final appraisal, 30, waste not. 30 go to 25, innovation. So 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it will wear off before I got to be aware of that. Anyway, 30, 25, 20, 15, back to 40, 30 here, 20, careful synthesis, which will allow me to put in one more careful synthesis if I need it, which I can do manually at the end. Yeah, I think that's overall a stronger macro. Okay. Now it's time to test it out. I'm gonna put it up here. I'm gonna put all my 400 macros up here. And I think exactly what I said would happen happened here. I am able to just add one more careful synthesis onto the end of it because of the way the craft is set up. Perfect. It works. I haven't lost my touch for, well, that was more debugging. Well, updating a crafting macro. That's how to build macros. Technically, you can use wait 2 seconds for buffs and wait 3 for actions to make it a little faster. I've had issues with using wait 2, so I just always use wait 3, and I just eat the time loss. I don't really consider it a big deal. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Cool. The mats for that are fairly easy to get, too. I probably will start selling these. Ooh, this is a multiple hand-in as well. Well, let me make you one more then, my good friend. My good friend. Good thing I bought extra mats, huh? Let me Allow me to make you one more, my good compadre. I think this will work. Speaking of which, she is back. Well, good thing it came out HQ. I'm not exactly sure how I got NQ Twin Thread, now that I look at it. I must have... Huh. Huh. Whatever. Just do the 40 CP. It's a pretty solid macro. I'm really happy with that. That's a really good macro. I've worked out all the kinks and created the true Buyer Gots key. For at least literally everything below this, at the very least. Literally everything below 60, this should work on. For 413 CP, which is amazing. There were a lot of problems with these two macros that I didn't really like, that I've been pondering over. So I turned it into this macro. And now this macro will work for everything. In fact, I don't really even need the other macros on my bar, but except for LOL. But, alright, I have to actually finish this craft myself. Okay. Okay. Here's the third one. Cool, that got me almost to 70. If I do one more round of hand-ins, I should get to 70. How many... So I have one Natron. Well, I might as well turn this into Twin Thread, yeah? Yeah. I might as well turn this into Twin Thread. Let's see how much it gets just naturally. I won't lie, I am curious to see the efficiency of this macro. Technically. Okay. It works excellently. There's one edit I need to make, though. And that is to move this. Because, okay, if we move this, right, so this is 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 35. Then we put it here. 35. Boom, boom. Fire Gots for 25. Veneration, Careful Synthesis to 15. Yeah, this just brings this standard touch into my innovation line, which will be a huge buff to its quality gain. Yeah. Alright, do it one more time. Ever since I saw Final Appraisal, I knew it could be used in macros really efficiently. And that's exactly what I've done. It does cost a line, which is not an insignificant resource, but... And then Innovation, Great Strides, Fire Guts. Fair enough for 0 HQ. Yeah. I just need more stats now. Twin Silk. Let us try this. It should be close enough to get pretty decent HQ chance, if not 100% HQ. The fact that I'm macro crafting on level things is no small feat. Were I able to get more stacks of Inner Quiet into this macro, Prudent Touch is an ability I haven't played with yet. This is true. Very possible to be very powerful. I just recently got it. I think Focused Synthesis and the quality counterpart had the potential to be really strong, just not in macros. Focused Touch, yeah. Just not at all in macros, because of how macros are constrained to 15 lines, which I wish they would raise to 20. But, you know, can't get everything you want. Oh, I might just sell these. Get the EXP from them to go to 70, honestly. They're worth almost 100k. And I have sell slots. Yeah. Might as well, eh, Chief? How many can I make? First, let's make the requisite Natron. I'm so excited for Endwalker tomorrow. A part of me just wants to go to bed now. Just say, fuck it, I'm going to bed. sleep an incredibly long time, and then get up for Endwalker tomorrow morning. Looks like we are probably not going to hit Gunbreaker 80. I know it's my own fault, but looks like we will probably not hit Gunbreaker 80, to be honest with you. To be honest. TBH, to be honest. Alright, that's my Natron done. And it looks good, too, because that's as many Mans of Siri hair as I have. The HQ Natron really helps with this recipe. We should need 12 worsted yarn, so being able to make 4 is actually perfect. Sorry. These are really easy to make. I'm gonna have to put these on my short list of recipes to make money with if they sell well. Which, judging how there were only 2 on the market board, it's possible they do. I didn't look at their sell history. I don't generally check that closely. If it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, it doesn't. My Cobalt Brown has not sold, which means I probably need to do a price update, but... Okay. Let's make the hats. Right, I have to finish this one myself. Okay. That worked out quite conveniently when you look at it. Get rid of this rock salt. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Romeo. Lay down, buddy. Lay down. Oh, let me reassign Vengers. Okay. Sorry. Go to Chris. Where was he? Well, that can wait. Where was the role quest? I don't remember. Nice. I guess I can't go any further. Oh, here. man, I was hoping for Ultima.
somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima Weapon. Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. The interference is getting worse. I don't think the connection will last much.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? How very glib. And do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, but a single path is open to the impotent ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization, and in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
Okay, dinner's ready. I'm done with, that roulette. I'm gonna go ahead and call the stream here, and I might play some off stream to get Gunbreaker at 80. I might not. We'll see how I feel after dinner. And by we, I mean I. Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Glad we finished Endwalker, or Shadowbringers today. Peace.